Well, hello, and welcome back. It's been a while. Let me make sure that all systems are functional. Microphone, check. Twitch, check. Chat, check. Okay, so new series. This series is, I don't exactly know what it is. That's what it is. I am going through the Dash platform API and trying to figure out if I think it's something that I want to build more tools on, and if it adequately uh, addresses needs that I see. That's kind of what I'm going for. So this is a very subjective AJ's take on Dash platform. My so far, just what I've seen of it and what I've understood of it, I've kind of felt like, meh, we just need better tools for stuff that already works well and not try to shove things on a blockchain that don't make sense to be on a blockchain. But this may change my mind as I go through this more. I did a little bit of these tutorials before. But anyway, so hello everybody, welcome. And I'm going to read through some of this. I might put some music on later, but for right now, since I need to read a little bit, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of this fresh start on this project. So start building with Dash platform. I'll probably mumble a little bit as I read out loud a little bit and then read to myself a little bit. Okay, tutorials in this section, walk through steps necessary to begin developing Dash, blah, 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 mass transition centralized API. So this one already I kind of think is, I have my reservations about how decentralized, or not reservations, but any seed nodes are seed nodes. It's not actually, if it's not scalable, it's not decentralized. If just because you connect to one thing that mirrors another thing, that's definitely, it's kind of the opposite of the definition of decentralized, but whatever, we'll go with it. But then again, maybe this is decentralized because I think there's some sort of storage component, and I think that the storage component actually is scalable. I think it actually is different from one node to another. Okay, you can begin using it without running a local blockchain node. So this kind of, in a way, is like if every master node or service node hosted the Insights API, I think. Or I think it at least has that functionality as well. Got to register an identity and then register a data contract describing the schema of data to be stored. Okay. So that sounds like storage mechanism. Data can be stored and updated by submitting documents that comply with the data contract. Okay. Oh, and by the way, quick word from our not at all a sponsor, Mr. Biodegradable. I forget what this is. This is one of the new summer flavors. It's Mountain Dew base, of course, but it's got some grapefruit in there. That comes off a little bit too strong, actually. See what else is in there. I think they're supposed to be pomegranate and lime, but I don't taste those as much. Okay, tutorial. Okay. Node connect, node create wallet. Add funds. Okay, this is new. I don't think I've done this before. Is this might be very new. This may not have existed before. This is only 3 months old. I think last time I looked at this was more than 3 months ago. So we've got 7 commits total. April 1st. Yes. So I don't think that I have ever done this, whatever this is. Yeah, let's go ahead and run this. Getting test funds, registering identity. Now, I did go through this part before. I don't know that I registered a data contract or submitted data. I don't. Okay, well, let's just go through this as is then. Wait, wasn't I just looking at something else? Oh, okay. Or it said download a zip. Was that what it said here? Or didn't it say something about download a zip? Oh, right here. Zip. Okay. So GitHub or zip. Okay. So we're going to go with GitHub. So git clone. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, it had the git clone in the command already. Okay, great. npm CI. All right. It looks like they're requiring node 12, which is good. Before node 12, you have a real problem with cryptography. Also, after node 18, you have a problem with cryptography. Because all of the deprecated cryptography that these things rely on have been removed. I really don't like seeing this. This is something that really, really bothers me. If we're talking about something that deals with money, I should not be seeing on install that I have 1 high and 7 moderate vulnerable packages. That should be, just remove them. They're probably garbage packages that do nothing. Let's see what this says. It's really not good branding for someone's financial stuff to then, show them, yeah, this is pretty vulnerable. Lots of bad things in here. Okay. So that couldn't be fixed. I would not get this one again, by the way. This drink. The grapefruit's too strong. I was expecting just a little hint of grapefruit. But the grapefruit seems to overpower the other stuff. I don't even know what most of this means. I know what the wallet lib is. I don't know what DPP is. I know what SPV is. I can assume kind of what client is. I know what Dash core lib is. I know what elliptic is. And this may be use of broken or risky cryptographic algorithm that may actually just be as part of the spec. There are among in the cryptocurrency space, there's a lot of bad cryptography. A lot is maybe a strong word. Just known broken, let's say. All right. Okay, so yeah, it would be nice if that got fixed, but whatever. We'll leave it alone for now. Okay, so I cloned it, I installed the dependencies, and then I'm going to run node connect. Let's just see what we got here. Node connect. Actually, before I run it, let me check it out. All right, so it's requiring Dash. All right, creating a client. I'm pretty sure I remembered this before. Return await. Hey! Props. This is actually the appropriate use of async await. I appreciate that. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. Now, one thing that's interesting here is that it actually wouldn't matter. I don't use dot finally because it's the same as dot then. But, whatever. I guess semantically this looks better, but there's no difference between doing dot finally here and doing dot then, so I just do dot then because that makes sense. But hey, this looks good. I'm pleased. The only thing that's missing is that it is not using modern JavaScript. Put that there, boom, now it uses modern JavaScript. Shouldn't make a difference though. Well, and also I just use functions rather than having the arrow mobobs, which are kind of pointless. And then I don't know what all this is about with oh, okay. Yeah, see, it's just confusing to read this, but whatever. Okay, so it's going to connect. And, well, here's a problem, though. We don't have... What are the options? This should have options. It should have options that specify what the defaults are for the test versus main scenario. I don't know what best block hash means. I'm going to look that up real quick. This is something... Hey, how's it going, everybody? This is something that I see from time to time, but I don't actually know what it means. What is best block? Yeah, let's last block. Valid block with the highest height. Okay, so something that's been confirmed. Let's see what else people are saying. The latest hash value of the best chain. Okay, so basically wherever there's the most consensus. That's what it's saying. So return the most recent block with majority consensus. Okay. So just going to open up an issue. No options specified. No link to documentation for connect.js. All right, so let me just go in here and see. I mean, let's see what this says, because this links to some documentation. But yeah, this doesn't. Seeds, DAPI addresses. Okay. All right. Seed one. I don't know. Testnet. Testnet. So I'm guessing this is what there should be. What should be there? Let's just go to this and let's just plop this in and see what feedback we get. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put it right in here. Let's see. Oh, also we do need some sort of ESLint or JSHint or something like that in here. So let's do a couple. So one, we'll do this one, and I'll say lint add use strict to use ES5 plus. All right. And actually all of these should work just fine. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to run this again. And then we can just get rid of this and leave it like that. And then I'm going to say add default parameters for testnet. I am assuming people will want to choose testnet or mainnet, and this updated the example to be self-documenting. So I'll just call this docs. All right, and then I'm also going to go back here again. So let me just go in here. Let's just change these so that this is more clear, because these are not mathematical lambdas. So if you're gonna use lambdas, just, you know, use lambdas as lambdas. Don't just throw lambdas in for any old thing. All right. Plus, also with lambdas, it's not clear whether... So generally with a lambda, your intent is to return something. So if you're creating something where you're not actually returning anything, then that's also extremely confusing as a lambda. So a console.log doesn't make sense in a lambda because you don't want to return undefined. It doesn't make sense. So I'm going to throw that in here too. So, just throw this in here. Don't use lambdas where functions are what is desired. Lambdas for non-lambda stuff. It's confusing to use mathematical lambdas where you're not returning a value or doing math. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that was double quotes. There's probably in all the changes by mistake. Oh well. Okay, so all right, what else? So we're gonna go on to create wallet. So let's run that. All right. Warning, running node environment without specified adapter data will not okay. So I think I did go through this before, and we need a way to specify the adapter. I'm going to search through some code on the other screen, and I'm going to see if I can find how this works, because it's very confusing to provide an example. And as far as I can tell, there's actually zero documentation on how to solve that problem. And I think the more deeply rooted problem is that the warning should give a link to documentation. Because there is, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that had done this before. Let's see. Dash pay demo. Let's see. I'm looking through. There's too much noise. Let me see what this was doing again. Create wallet. Maybe I can look for new Dash client, because I can't. I've got basically hundreds of things that match the line that I was looking at, and I'm not doing much better here. So, all right. Dash pay demo. Okay, I think under my Dash pay demo is where I have this stuff. So I'm going to check this out and see if it works. Okay, so that's it. Now Dash quick start. Sorry, I'll bring this up. All right, cool. Okay. Set no number. I'm going to copy and paste some stuff over here. So let's go back into this. Is this the one? All right, create wallet. So again, this should have use strict. We should use consistent quotes on things, not bounce back and forth. Okay, I need to do my MKJS here, just so I've got some consistency on this. Hopefully that doesn't jack it up. Okay, good, it didn't. Ah, what did I do? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, good. Take me back. Thank you. Okay. And then, of course, I'm going to gripe about don't use const for things that are obviously variables and not constant, things that are, changing state. But for the sake of this going in, that's a nit. That's a hill I don't know I want to die on. But I think this makes sense here. Storage, redefinition of storage. We could call it DOM storage maybe. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't want to deal with this redefinition problem. My storage. Or I don't know, maybe I just call it DOM storage. I mean, it's only going to get used for a second. My local storage. My local storage. There we go. Now it doesn't give any warnings. And then what else do I need to grab from here? So I need wallet, adapter, store. Okay. So we need some sort of generic storage to go in here. That should work. Client ops. Okay, so maybe the other one doesn't need this stuff. All right, create wallet. Again, doesn't make sense to use lambdas where you're not doing anything lambda-y. But, it's what kids are doing these days. It's like how everybody calls a pancake turner a spatula. Or people open bananas from the bottom because for some reason at the store they always put the sticker on upside down. And so people try to wrestle the bottom of the banana when all you need to do is pinch at the top and then it just opens. It's one of those things. Okay. Something went wrong. Client disconnects. Okay, that seems... So this probably needs... I don't know. What was it? Should this be a promise or something? Clients? Also, this should probably have a much better name, such as lowercase dash or DAPI or something like that, because client is nondescript. Client just sounds like it's a, I mean, you could give that a passive, say it were a network socket. It's something that's really, really generic. But for something that's highly specific like this, the word client doesn't really make sense because it's not client ops, it's DAPI ops. It's not a client, it's a DAPI, I think. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I think that this is good enough. I'm going to npm install save DOM storage JSON storage. And then I'm going to git checkout storage example. And what have we got here? Let me just, I don't want to do anything with connect. So let's leave that one alone. And let's just say, what do we have here? So we've got create wallet. I am going to add a prettier into this and put that in there because it's too confusing. It's disconcerting that you've got somebody creating demo code and their editor is not consistent, right? So you should either have double quotes or single quotes. Pick one. Tabs or spaces. Pick one. I don't really care which one it is, personally. I think, single quotes can be great. Double quotes, I think, is more normal for long strings of text. Single quotes is usually things that are more single values in most languages. Single quotes is usually for a character or a byte, whereas double quotes is usually for a string. All right, anyway, so what do we got here? Git diff. Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of everything is dev dependencies with this in a way, because the whole, the whole example is dev dependencies. So what I don't want to do is I don't actually want any of this other stuff to change. So let me see if I can back out of this a little bit. So let's do git checkout package star. Nope, that's me. And then let's try to install this again. And I'm hoping that it won't actually change anything else. Okay, good. So git commit -m. And this will be docs. Ooh, JSON. Kano, get the letter L out of here. Ooh, JSON. What are you smoking? XML? Have you ever seen the commercial? Here's your brain on XML. Okay. So this is, I don't know. Fix. Add simple file-based browser-like storage. Okay. So git push. Oh no. I need to switch this to being git at GitHub : I think. Oh, you know what? That's not going to work either, because I don't have permissions to it. Let me do this. Git remote. So let's do this. So we're gonna have origin and we're gonna have upstream. So this one we're actually gonna rename it to upstream, and then we're gonna change this to me, which is where I think the forks I've been creating have been going. All right, so let me go here and base repository, yada 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 yada. I never use git commit -a. That is bad. YAML is not better than JSON, and if you want to understand why, I'm sure that Matt Holt probably has a good blog on this or something. YAML is way too ambiguous. I believe that there is a subset of YAML that's good for configuration. But the problem with YAML is it's too ambiguous, and there's too many versions of it. So if you want to support YAML as a whole, it is such a huge bloated spec that encompasses so many things that you can't reasonably write a parser for it that will be reliable. If you take a subset of YAML that is JSON compatible and you don't include all of the Python extensions and JavaScript extensions and Ruby extensions and so on and so forth, then YAML can be manageable. But at that point, you basically are just, you're doing JSON and you're just doing a little bit more indentation, and you're removing curly brackets for the non-empty objects. YAML is definitely not as reliable as JSON. JSON is a very, very strict specification, and as far as I know, it hasn't ever been changed. There is one version of JSON that has been publicly released. When Crockford first invented it, I think that he privately used a few different versions, but by the time that JSON was in a standardization process and people in the broad space were aware of what JSON was, I don't believe that JSON has ever been changed. I could be wrong about that. And there was this move towards JSON 5, which is basically JSON with comments. And so it's basically you have a JavaScript parser that will prefer to put quotes around things, is basically what it is. It's just a JavaScript parser that says, rather than remove quotes, ensure double quotes. Okay, so what was I doing here? Where was that message that was printing out? Let me see if I can get back to that warn. Ah, there we are. The warning is given, but there's no documentation on how to fix this. I had to dig through old code to find no documentation on how to fix this. Examples should include a simple, easy to replicate storage adapter. Should is a strong word. Let's say this updates the example to include a simple, easy to replicate storage adapter. All right, I'm going to throw this in here. And then also, let's go back to main again, because I am going to, I think that JS hint is pretty darn vanilla, as far as things go. So I kind of want to throw that in there, but I know ESLint is just too complicated. Yeah, that's my only problem with ESLint is it kind of capitalizes on the complexity rather than capitalizing on simplicity. JavaScript is one of the few languages in which you can write very simple code and have a very simple set of rules to follow, where people intentionally opt for complex obfuscated code. And ESLint kind of plays to that crowd, whereas JS hint plays more towards the keep it simple, stupid, keep it stupid, simple. But the problem with JS hint is it is not as up to date on certain syntactical changes in the language that have been there long enough that they're usable. So for example, numbers, you can now do, I'll just demonstrate here, you can do 1 0 0 0 1 0 0. So if you wanted to represent the number of sats or duffs or whatever, you could write it like this, and that's a lot easier to comprehend than written like this. And JS hint doesn't support that yet. That's my one thing against JS hint. But ESLint, it's just such a can of worms. I would like to get an ESLint config that I'm in love with, that I just want to say, yeah, this is it. Anyway, prettier. And let's see here. Do I have anything in here that's crazy? Single quote, false, bracket spacing, true, wrap prose, semi-true, trailing comma, all. Yeah, do we want to do ES5? Nah, just do... At this point, I think it's safe to say all. I don't think there's anything crazy about this. I think this is very, very conservative. It's pretty much just explicit on the defaults. All right, so... we go with that. Let's see, sure, add prettier.json. And then also, I'm going to do a second thing here as well. So we need, if we're going to do this properly, let me go find this in another project real quick. I'm just going to go on the other screen, and I do have a project in mind where I can just kind of grab from the package.json prettier. And let me go ahead and nab this. Scripts would be thumped. And then I don't think we have Vue or HTML or CSS in here. I could be wrong about that. Let's see, what do we got? Probably don't want to worry about the JSON. Let's just take a look at what do we have in here. So it looks like it's all JavaScript files except for the Markdown files. And I actually don't want to do the JSON according to prettier. So I think we can just limit it to this. That'll be correct. And then we don't even have to add prettier as a dependency. That's one of the things a lot of people don't know is you don't have to add your build tools as dependencies because you can just put them in the script with the appropriate version locking and everything, and it'll work. Okay, so let's actually add this, and then let's do npm run thumped. Yep. Yeah, that makes me sad. I'm not going to get that one again. All right, so what do we got? Yeah, I'm going to do this. Git commit -m sure add prettier script. Add npm run thumped for prettier. Okay, and then do I have this open here? Okay. npm run thumped. All right. There's a mix of code styles in this repo. It makes it hard to work in when makes VS Code, Vim, etc. unhappy. This adds prettier rc.json so that there's no conflicts between code styles. Basic elements of code style. So quotes, spacing, etc. Elements. Let's see if we can spell that correctly. How's everybody doing tonight, by the way? Where are y'all all coming from? I imagine there's probably some people here from the Dash crowd. Is that correct? Okay, so mix of code styles. And extremely difficult to make atomic PRs. That prettier rc.json is mostly explicit defaults, very non-controversial stuff. Defaulty. Alrighty. Okay, what else? Oh, so I did want to actually commit all of this stuff. So we make prettier. And then I'm just going to say add 1 star, 2 star, star.js, star.md. Actually, we're going to have to reset types.js. That doesn't belong in here. Okay. And this is yeah, it's all good. Sure. npm run thumped. And then again, we'll do the same thing. We'll make the PR. All right. So I actually want to put this on top of, let's see. Base repository, yeah. All right. Built on top of, what have we got? Number 5. This runs npm run thumpt to make the code style consistent between all files. Okay, and then let's see what else. Let's proceed. I don't use TypeScript. Look, tsconfig is awesome. I love tsconfig. This is absolutely great. I don't touch TypeScript. There's no TypeScript here. You do not have to use any TypeScript at all in order to get types in JavaScript. JavaScript natively has types. And all you need to do, the same thing that TypeScript does, except with far fewer steps, is just use the type linter to make sure that you're not screwing up your types, right? So types are already there. You don't need to do anything special to get types. They're already there. You just need to have some tooling that will let you know when you do something dumb, you know? If you pass in a number where you expect a string, or an object where you expect an array. That's built in. Already a language feature. Doesn't need a separate language, but does need good tooling. And TypeScript, as flawed as it is, the TypeScript checker is pretty much the best tooling that we have for JavaScript because people were more interested in building a brandable language. And this makes sense because just look throughout history. Anytime you have the opportunity to improve an existing product or rebrand a new product or create a new brand for a new product, typically speaking, creating a new brand for a new product is more successful. So this is one of the things that drives complexity in our industry, is that if the TypeScript people were just come out and say, hey, JavaScript already has types, so we're just going to work with JavaScript's types, we're going to create the best tools that are built on JavaScript, we would have, it would be just as good as Go, right? It really would. The tooling could be just as good as Go. But it's because they said, hey, we really like C# and we really don't like JavaScript, but we're going to see if we can find some common elements between C# and JavaScript and then create a new language that's based on that. Now, because there are a lot of common elements, that's why the TypeScript checker works on JavaScript. But that's also why the TypeScript checker doesn't work really. It's not phenomenal with JavaScript. It's not like what you get with Rust or Go, because it's relying mostly on things that are going to come with C# and doesn't really do a great job of things that are just only native to JavaScript. How do you validate the types are not violated? So that's the default behavior for one. So now in this, so all I did was for this is not my project, right? I just ran my little template script that adds things like JS hint and prettier. So if I were to open this up, then it's going to be all wonky do. So let me just go in here and see what happens if I do this. Also, a lot of their in their core documentation, a lot of their types are typed wrong. Yeah, so let's see. Dang it. Let's see if we can find something here. All right, we'll just go ahead and add use strict up top. Okay, so this one. But basically, if you just have a tsconfig there, and I'll give you the tsconfig that I've got. I think I've already shown this to you before. This is my TypeScript starter. I've updated it a little bit since maybe the last time we talked, Kai. So I think the CI step would just be run tsc. I think that's all you have to do. So here is tsc config. If you just take tsconfig.json, types.js, and typings, and start throwing your stuff together, we could do a session just on this sometime. Or, I mean, I kind of did it here, but I've learned more since I did this. And so I would focus more on the JS doc if I were to do this again, rather than focusing on the TSC tooling. But yeah, basically you just run TSC, and then that's going to spit out what's right and what's wrong. And if I did that right here, it's probably going to go berserk. Because this... Oh, that's surprising. I don't know how that worked. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that it did anything. Because I can't imagine that all of these things are actually typed properly. Because I've run into places when I'm using this API where I'll get an error when I'm passing a type in to a function, and it will I go look in the code, and the code and the JS doc don't match. So the JS doc says this accepts a string, but the code says this accepts a string or an array of strings, stuff like that. What's up, King440? How you doing? I'm doing good. Hey, it's a gopher. Bat gopher. Yes. Welcome. Welcome. I welcome all bats and gophers. We're friends of bats and gophers here. Anyway, all right. So, let's go to the next step. So, supposedly, did we create a wallet? Let me actually check here. So, mnemonic export wallet. We kind of need this. This is what I'm going to do here. Do we have .env? I think we already have .env in this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, let's just use... Also, I do not like this right here. This is poor form. But again, you know, a lot of people are going to favor this because they are more of the Ruby mentality than the Python mentality. But just pass in the default options. You know, be self-documenting. Don't make people go look up documentation unnecessarily, which is basically at all. Don't make people look up documentation to run your demos. So this should be path.env. That is clear. Yep. You know, you got 10 different places where you call .env.config. Great. Then you just put this in 10 different places. You know, there's no sense in something so simple not being explicit about it. Unless there's something about .env that behaves in a way that I don't understand. You know, if it automatically can pull, you know, .local or something like that by default, but then that's even more confusing. It should be .env, or if you have some way of passing in a command line option, you know, just document that. But I think that this is what the desired behavior is. All right, you're doing good. Saw your video yesterday about lightweight package manager. I forgot the name already. Video yesterday about a lightweight package manager. Lightweight package manager for what? For lightweight package manager. I don't. Describe it a little bit. Was it a very old video or was it a recent video? Because I don't remember talking about package managers recently. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Webby, webinstall.dev. Yeah. So you can actually install Homebrew with Webby. So Webby is not a replacement for Homebrew, but it is a safer, better, more compatible way to install Homebrew along many other tools. So you will have a better experience using Webby with Node than you will with, say, this does use the official Node package manager for Node, or the official .tar rather than the .pkg, because the .pkg runs a script with the wrong permissions, and they still to this day have not fixed it. And then you get this problem with a couple of different things where the .tar is correct, but the .tar doesn't update your path, your path environment variable. But the .pkg actually runs with the wrong permissions and then screws up the system. And that's one of the reasons that you get problems with libssl in brew and some stuff like that. You don't ever want your brew stuff to be in conflict with your OS X stuff because they'll run different versions of libSSL and they get out of date and then everything breaks and it's sadness. Okay, anyway, what was I going to do here? Oh, so I was going to say what we need is kind of a way to save this mnemonic because I don't want to have the mnemonic generate every single time. So I think what we want to do is say process.env. Yeah, I mean, so Webby works Windows, Mac, Linux, and Windows. Not everything is available for Windows. And there's actually a few packages or a few tools that are available for Windows that are not available elsewhere. So for example, there's a sudo for Windows, and there's also WSL for Windows. But yeah. Okay, so let's do mnemonic or null. We want a new wallet to be generated. So I think what we want to do is if not mnemonic, then we should, let's see, the way that I prefer to do this is .env always comes first because anything else could potentially be modified by that. And then built-ins. So technically this is now node:/fs, but whatever. We're just going to leave it as that. And so then you could do how do we do this? Fs dot. This is something I don't do very often. So node fs append. So we should be able to open the file in append mode. Let's just go to node fs. I try to stick to the official documentation. It's not always great, but it's not usually too bad. Okay, append file. What is this saying? Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever used this before. Before I would have opened this in append mode, but that just goes to show you how often I append to files in Node. This has been around since V10. That's excellent. So much good stuff came in V10. V10 was a landmark release for Node. And more so V12 because they were adding good stuff throughout the V10 lifecycle, so it was actually kind of hard to know. It wasn't breaking changes, but they made major changes in 10 where it wasn't just the bug fixes and stuff. They added tons of new features throughout 10's lifecycle. And so Node 12 is kind of just really great Node. But a lot of it started in Node 10. It's just you don't know whether you're getting it depending on which version of 10 you have. But this was all the way in the beginning, so that's awesome. So append data to a file. All right, so this, the one thing about this though is that you wouldn't know if the end of the file has a new line or not. So we would actually need to fs.read file. So let's see, await fs read file .env, whoops, .env UTF-8 .catch, and then this one, if no int not equal to error.code, then we'd want to throw error, otherwise we want to return nothing. There we go. So let txt equals, all right, and then if txt.length -1. So basically we just want to know, does this have a new line? So let's say, well, you know what we could do? We could do ends with. There we go. So if not ends with, and then we could do this. Well, you know, again, this is usually pretty dumb. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to use append anyway because I'm just going to append to this text. So we could do txt plus equals this, and then txt plus equals mnemonic equals, oh, I guess we need this and then this, mnemonic, and then trailing new line there, and then we would just do fs dot write file .env txt utf8, and then await that. Okay, so there we go. And then we don't need to we don't actually need to spit that out to the console anymore. What we could do instead is saying wrote mnemonic equals to .env. And then shouldn't use logs for things that you intend to stay there. I don't know. I don't know whether, I don't know what the intent was here. But this, I think, should be .info. This, maybe this is .log, but this is something you'd want to keep there. All right, so here we are. And then I kind of just want to, let's just have a little function down here, maybe down below. Let's call this set mnemonic get or set, get or create mnemonic. Let's make this an async function. Okay, could we just, let's just do this maybe? Okay, is this right? Okay, but then we'd actually need, this whole bit would need to move down into here. Okay, there we go. All right, so now, oh, no, this can stay up. So, like I was saying, .env I always put first because it could modify something else, then built-in libs, then, for example, you could have node debug equals true, which could affect how FS works or something like that. So .env always comes first, then first party, then native to the project, and then third party. This is the same way it's done in Go. Oh, and by the way, reminder from me to you, if you like what you like, you get more of what you like, so thumbs up, sub, whatever, if you want to, and feel free to come join in on the Discord. Let's see. Oh, good. Josue. Actually, this was an excellent meme that he put in the Discord. Something, yeah. Basically, he puts a meme of, college professor says, learn how to create a linked list and do this, and great, now I'm ready to start a unicorn startup. And then, real life, learn Docker, Twilio, Xamarin, Mongo, Postgres, Kubernetes, Heroku, GraphQL, Reddit. Oh no, that's Git. Never mind. Docker, yeah, it's just funny meme. But the thing is, if you just walk in and say, hey, you actually, when people, do that, they have no idea what they're looking for. They don't know what they want. Okay, so what was the purpose of the client here? I just pass in the client. Okay, what else? Okay, so now that this is in here, now I can do await, get, or create mnemonic. And then we don't really need that. Null would indicate we want a new to regenerate. You never would want that. You would never want that, right? I don't know. I don't know how that's useful. This is what you want. You know, if you don't have a mnemonic, save the mnemonic, right? Okay, let's try this again. So now, oh no, client's not defined. Where? Why are my tools not working? Oh, they are working. Okay, so this all needs to go into here, up top. Okay, so this needs to be an await. Wait, no? Hold on, client disconnect. That doesn't make any sense. Create wallet, client. What? Now we got a circular dependency here. That doesn't make any sense. But this would make a lot of sense too, right? If we could promisify this thing, I think. And that would make sense. But what do we do about this problem? So it wants a finally client disconnect. It's going to create a wallet. If it's going to get an error, then something went wrong. I think we just need to move this. I don't know. I'm not really clear what needs to happen here. If something went wrong, was the client connected? This is weird. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not clear what's supposed to happen here. This seems wrong, but I'm just gonna go I'll stick with client for now. So client equals there. Is that right? And then await create wallet, but we can't do that because I don't know. Do we need a main function? Is that what we need? Maybe we just need to. I don't know. I think this has just got kind of a weird hierarchy to it, because I think what should happen is we should have a main function. The main function should create the client as one of the first things it does, and then the main function should maybe call the create wallet function, right? So, and again, ridiculous. What in the world are you putting a lambda for, this kind of function for? That just doesn't make any sense. What is this supposed to mean? There we go. Async function main. And then, okay, so we want this. Is this what we want? I think we want this. I think this is what it's trying to say. And then we're going to return. No, we're just going to do client equals, and then we're going to call await create wallet client. And then I think we're going to have, put the dot catch here maybe. And then we just have the client disconnect here. Is that what we're trying to do? I think this is what we're trying to do. I think we're trying to do that. Okay, so then create wallet. Yeah, create wallet then goes in main. Okay, this is starting to make sense now, maybe. Not 100% sure. Because then this is kind of weird too. I don't know. Maybe like this. Okay, I think this is what is desired. But then this isn't really doing anything. I think that's why it's awkward, is because the example is contrived in such a way that it's difficult to express what it's trying to do, because it's so contrived. It's not Yeah, it's not useful because you don't want to just print out unused address, especially if you don't have the storage adapter, then this literally is going to print the same thing every single time. It's completely useless. Unless this is connecting. Is it connecting and then re-downloading every time they get the unused address? Okay, let's just run this now and see what happens. Hold on. Where was that catch at? And then this is just awkward. I mean, this... All right, this is not returning anything, right? So I think all we want here is just return E. And then if E, or if error, maybe we want to throw the error. This is stupid. I shouldn't be doing this. This is obviously, the example is completely contrived. You can't really turn this into runnable code because it's not, there's nothing to do with it. But I'm just trying to get this down to its most fundamental piece. Something went wrong. Error.stack. Typically, console.log error is not as useful in the general case, as far as I have found, as error.stack. There are probably some exceptions to that, but you get kind of worse data. Okay, yeah, this feels weird. We need to actually do something important. Because there, okay, cannot read properties of undefined reading wallet. Create wallet, 59. Let's take a look. Client.wallet. Oh, this example's wrong, right? Is that... So it's not client.wallet. Do we not await something? Hold on. Get or create, await, get, wallet, account. Do we need to get unused address, create wallet? Oh, do we need to return wallet? Let me go back through this here. All right, create wallet. All right, it gets the client, it gets the account. Client.wallet. Where was that at? Oh, there's probably something to generate a mnemonic, which is what needs to go here. Crap. All right, so I see what's wrong. So there's kind of an order of operations issue here. All right, so we have to create the client first. And then after we create the client, let's call this init mnemonic. And then here we just return. Okay. So then this makes sense. All right, so this just feels a little bit backwards because we should be able to init the mnemonic before we create the wallet. It's a little bit out of order. And then maybe there should be a wallet store or something like that. You know, where are you going to get the wallet, or where are you going to get the mnemonic from? I don't know. It's just something's a little bit backwards here because we should have some mechanism to do this in a linear step rather than, okay, create the wallet without the mnemonic, but then export the mnemonic, but then save the mnemonic. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, not 1, 5, 2, 3. But whatever. All right, let's try this one more time. Of course, this is still let's see what we got going on here. Connect. Yeah. Git checkout, connect, Git stash. Create wallet dot back. Let's try this. I'm just going to go git checkout, create wallet. We're going to switch branches. What branches do we have? Git branch, checkout, storage example. Okay. So then let's take our create wallet dot back, and then see this is one of the problems with the coding culture is we want to optimize for these examples that are insanely small. And so, well, you need a storage adapter, but it's going to take 5 lines of code in order to do the storage adapter. Here's what we do instead. How about this? We could make a directory lib, and then in lib, we could put our, let's see, create wallet, so let's say our whole storage adapter is this, and so adapter is just going to be required. Well, let's do this. Let's do const store equals require, or we'll just do a lowercase here. Lib store.js .create. Okay, and then lib store.js, and then we could do let store, whoops, use strict. And notice I use single quotes, but then when I save, they're double quotes. So you get the best of both worlds. You get the standard, what you expect in almost every programming language. Variable strings and dynamic strings are double quotes. And then you also get the convenience of not having to type shift for double quote every time. Module.exports. This wouldn't necessarily be how you do it in the browser, just a little bit off from how you do it in the browser. And then let's say we would have basically have all of this here. So store.create equals function. And then we could take the file path. I would make this an object. Okay, and then file path. And then let's say prefix. I got prefix. So let's do file path and prefix, and then return store, right? Okay. So let's do that. And now we can have file path is, we already have this here locally, don't we? What was it called? db.json or something? Okay, so let's do db.json. And then what was the other thing that I was going to do? db.json, file path and prefix is going to be Dash. Or namespace. Let's call it namespace. Namespace. Go back in here, call this one namespace. 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 There we go. Perfect. All right, so now we can have this store, and that's really simple. And then let's see if we can get that mnemonic bit, this whole bit. Let's see if we can get that mnemonic.js. use strict let mnemonic equals module.exports mnemonic.init equals function. Let's async function. Take the client in here. And again, this should be called DAPI. It shouldn't be called client. Let's go back to this one. I like how it recognizes my .back files as well. All right. The colorization and everything. A lot of editors, if you do .back, it'll recognize .back. You know, so it'll ignore the .back or .tmp. There's a couple of common extensions that'll say, oh, .js.back, you mean .js. And .js.temp, you mean JS. And stuff like that. I like that. Okay, so I think that this is correct now. So this will return you know. Okay, and so then here, same thing. We could just do get the sample code in here. All right, so mnemonic is nothing, so it's process.env.mnemonic. And then down here, it would be mnemonic.init client. Okay. Or null, and then same thing here. Say null indicates that we want a new wallet to be generated. Okay. Yeah, order of operations is super weird here. There's probably a way to do this such that you can generate the mnemonic without creating a wallet first. I'm not sure, but that code's got to be in there. In fact, let's just go check that out real quick. Also, some of these things are so simple that I really don't believe that they belong nested deeply inside of these libraries, because you've got this really, you know, flat is better than nested. Don't focus so much on, and again, this is a pattern that it's kind of hard to preach because people like seeing one-line examples. They just love it. They just eat it up. Oh, a one-line example. Woo! But the problem with that mentality is that it gets you in the mindset of always nesting, always nesting, always nesting, always nesting. You always want, you know, to the nth degree, you want to take some module that really ought to be up at the top. You know, the creating mnemonic just ought to be right up at the top level. It should be one of the first things you do. If not this, then that. You know, and then you always should be passing in a mnemonic. It should not be the wallet's job way down 6 levels deep inside the inner bowels of the library to create a mnemonic, because that's a simple function. It's rolling the dice on a dictionary of 2048 words 12 times. Well, 10 times, and then getting the checksum bits and then selecting the last 2. So this is something that is so incredibly simple and it's just not a difficult thing at all. It should not be buried way down there in library code. But anyway, okay. So what am I doing right now? I had the mnemonic. So client export wallet. That's not right. So I don't know where it's generating the mnemonic, but let's just take a look. Let's just search for mnemonic, and let's look in node modules and let's see what we come up with. Okay, that's not going to work for us. Let's try again. Let's do ignore, and then, bless me, I think we want to ignore star.min.star. Let's see if that helps. Ah, good. Just that alone helped a ton. All right, so what else do we get rid of? Let's get rid of docs. Let's get rid of docs. Okay. And what else? Okay, this is just too much information. This can't all be useful. Core, client. Do we have, can we find anywhere where there's also the word generate? Oops, -I, generate. All right, generate the mnemonic. Mnemonic. So it looks like around here. That's typings. We don't want typings. Let's also ignore typings. Typings. We don't want that. Okay. So this, I mean, look how deeply nested this is, right? It's in dash core lib, under mnemonic. I mean, I guess that's not super deeply nested, but that, I mean, this should be just right up at the top. This is something that has no, and then look, oh my goodness, look at all of this stuff that it's got to do. This is insane. I mean, we're talking about something that's selecting a word list here. What in the world is it doing? Well, that is just a lot of work. It just needs to do a checksum, y'all. Okay, this is really, really hairy. Okay, oh, 2-seed. Okay, see, 2-seed belongs somewhere else though. The 2-seed is not part of the mnemonic. So this is the whole, you know, inheritance-oriented architecture begets inheritance-oriented architecture. You take something that should be composable and instead you make it inheritable. So to seed should not be inherited by mnemonic. Rather, there should be seed, and seed should accept a mnemonic. That way you have very clean layering and composability. You're not nesting things and then you have unrelated functionality that you're just kind of grouping up. But this, again, this is kind of an industry thing. You know, the elders have taught us composition over inheritance, but it's just not as cool. You know, it just, people like the coolness of this. You know, again, let's see, where's our generate though? To string. Did we already pass generate? Let's look for generate again. Git dictionary. This will generate from seed. No. Generate. Okay, internal function. Are you kidding me? Hey, little girl. How are you doing? Good night. Good night, sweetie. Yes. I love you, little girl. Nighty night. Thumbs up for daughters. Okay, we got an inspect. Get random buffer. So we don't have a generate mnemonic, or I'm confused. It looks like do we really not have a function to generate in this? That is, if that's the case, that's an epic fail. There's no public generator. Okay, let's try this again. Node modules. What do we get here? Let's try starts with. Let's do starts with. Oops, where are we going? Right there. Okay. Words is valid from seed. We do not have a generator. Is there like a constructor or something? Do you do a new and then is there a readme? Do we have a readme in here? Do we have a readme? Let's look for a readme. So another one of the things about this is when you nest everything, you tend not to document it. Index? No. Okay, let's see. Mnemonic. Where's the first instance? So here it is. Data, word list, new blah, 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 blah. Word list. Okay, so yeah. And then this is silly. This is just silly. Just there's no need to be modifying this or doing metaprogramming. Stop with the metaprogramming. Just don't do it. Say no to metaprogramming. Get your errors at tooling time, not get your errors at runtime. Okay, so I think what this is saying, I think this just needs a mnemonic.generate and give you back some words. Oh, NFKD, brah. I think this is built into JavaScript now. I don't think you need special tools for this. Yeah, so this can get deleted. This is not necessary. We now have text encoder and text decoder. This was probably written years and years ago, probably back in, what was it, 2013 or something like that. It'd be interesting to look at the code and see. And back then, yes, you did need, and we don't need BN browser. So yeah, okay. Honestly, I think this thing needs to be rebuilt, and I think that it could be almost rebuilt entirely. Now that's a big assertion, but in a week or two, because you just need to get rid of all of this excess stuff. That's hand me down. Get rid of all, we haven't needed, since it was called Lodash, we haven't needed Lodash. The stuff, array dot is array. All right. The idea that you would use Lodash for that is ridiculous, right? Is string is just type of string. So string equals type of data, is number. That one, this was a little less intuitive. I'll give it that, because this one, what you do is you test is not nan. Because if it's not a number, then it is a number. So that, and again, you got the same thing over and over again. But that's just ridiculous. That's you're adding so much bloat and weight. And again, it's become popular, but it's because people just don't know anything about JavaScript, the language, right? Because, like I said, back when it was called underscore, back in the early days, even then it was already spec'd to be in the language, all this stuff, right? So even then, it was more of a polyfill than anything else. You didn't, 6 months later, you didn't need it anymore. And certainly ever since it's been called Lodash, you don't need these things. And this unorm, this is a little bit more recent. It's probably only been within the past maybe 2 or 3 years that we haven't needed that. But then again, also consider what you're talking about here. So NFKD, I don't remember what it stands for, but what it's doing is you can have multilingual phrases. So you can have phrases with diacritics and stuff like that. And there's different ways to do, let me just show you here. So there's E, with an umlaut, E like this. So there's, oops, what my finger's on the right, there we go. Okay, now I've got them all. All right, so here's your different E's. And there's at least 2 different ways to produce either of these, because you can use the ASCII dead Latin character set or whatever it is, the dead key set. Or you can use UTF-8 E plus hat E plus accent E plus whatever. And so there's, to normalize it, those actually are different byte sequences. So whether you're using the UTF-8 version that is generic, that will allow you to build any character with these symbols adjoined to it, and possibly multiple, or if you're using the dead characters, it's different byte encoding. And so that's what this is about right here, is that it wants to make sure you get the byte encoding right. However, these words are, well, I mean, I guess I kind of, but your word list is English typically. You can come up with a custom word list, and it does kind of make sense. But I'd also kind of say it's not mnemonic's job to be the international language police. This is something that, again, this should go here. You know, before you call mnemonic, you should have, you know, that, because it's bringing a lot of weight into something that has a really simple task just to handle an edge case that it doesn't apply to most people. You know, that said, I think it needs to be documented. You know, if you use a custom word list, be sure to use, but again, if we just got rid of, so we don't need that in the first place because we need text encoder. So let's just forget about that. I think before I said it was text encoder. Yeah, it's actually INTL. I think it's INTL that has this. So yeah, let's go look that up real quick. Is it INTL? JavaScript, INTL, NFKD, INTL, NFKD. Nope. Where is it then? I thought it was on INTL. Let's just look for NFKD. This is built into the language. You do not need, that's really unfortunate that this is the first hit. String.normalize. There we go. Can I get the official documentation? I do wish that search engines would prioritize official documentation over blog posts. It kind of like with ads, it'd be nice if they just tagged it official documentation. There we go. So this is what you need right there. That's it. So I was wrong. It's not even INTL. It is just straight up part of the language spec. So it's not even a submodule. It is hardcore, full on in string. All right. So anyway, and then yeah, Big Num, these are native in JavaScript. Errors, it's awesome to have an errors package. I don't know that you'd want an errors package for something like this, because again, you're just going to bring in a ton of weight for something that has a very simple job. PBKDF2, does it need this? To seed? Yeah, that should go to seed. That doesn't belong here in mnemonic. That belongs in seed. Okay, and then hash, again, it kind of makes sense because you might want to abstract this so you have the two hash functions, one for the browser, one for Node, but you don't. It's very lightweight, the difference between the two. Now HD private key, I think that is something I'd love to look at and see. You know, that might not be something that could be done in a weekend. I'm not sure. Well, it probably can. It's the elliptic library that probably can't be done in a weekend. Oh gosh, this networks. Oh, blah. Point? Really? Point, get in. Yeah, okay, see, this is just nonsense here. There's no reason to be doing this nowadays. This just needs to be written in standard JavaScript. Okay, anyway, I'm going to get out of there. Okay, I mean, none of that really has to do with platform. This is all just the code. But so we're releasing this as this new thing, right? But we're using JavaScript that's what, 15, 20 years old? Let's see, it's 20, if you subtract 10 years, not 15 years old. You know, you're using JavaScript that you're using workarounds for browsers that died off more than 5 years ago. You know, we just don't need to support Internet Explorer. Get the fat out, trim the fat, get this lean, get it clean, get it well documented. You know, just create really good, simple tools rather than really complex tools that are difficult to use. All right. Okay, so I did this. And yeah, I mean, I've kind of, the merchant tools that I've been working on kind of do some of the same stuff, except just using insights, because I don't see a lot of value in doing what insights already does. I mean, basically, you just need to deploy insights onto each instance and say that part of the standard install is insights. Now, I wouldn't recommend using insights because their API is all janked up. There's another one that is, somebody pointed it out to me, and it's written in Go. It's like insights, but in Go. Let's see, insights, block API Golang. Let's see, insight alternative. If somebody can remind me what the Go version is, it would be much appreciated. By the way, feel free to ask questions, unrelated to what we're doing here. That's totally cool and even desired. The tangents are usually the best part. So, okay, so I went through this. Proceed with tutorials, identities and names. And I'm also going to make another PR here just as an example. Okay, there's two more things I want to do here. So does this create wallet work? Shouldn't be. Uh-oh. Mnemonic. Oh, I see what's going on here. What I need to do with this is missing the require.env.config path.env. Explicit over implicit. All right, now we shouldn't see that the second time. Excellent. Cool. Okay. Let's be consistent in here. Don't use const for non-constants, at least inside of this little library where we have the opportunity to be consistent and not worry about previous stuff. And then what? So libstore, libmnemonic. Oh yeah, so then let's see. All right, so this would be, I'm going to try this again too. Let's get rid of this, and then let's go deep. We're going to do mnemonic equals, let's just call this M for simplicity, or maybe core mnemonic. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to do require dash evo, what is it, at dash evo dash core lib mnemonic. Okay, and then we don't need the client anymore. Then we can just do let mnemonic equals new core mnemonic dot word list, maybe, or dot toString. Is that how it goes? Something like that. And then we don't need this anymore. And then return mnemonic. Yeah, because that makes sense. Especially if the storage adapter doesn't have some way of storing the mnemonic, which it seems that it doesn't. Then when you supply the mnemonic, this is the way that you'd realistically want to supply it, I think. So we could do this one, and then we could just do mnemonic.init, and then process.mnemonic like this, right? Let me double check on how this is working. Mnemonic. Nah. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's load this one more time. Expected valid mnemonic of type string or mnemonic. Okay, so let's go back here to, what was it? Lib mnemonic. Okay, so returned, and this is to string, right? So this should be good. Yeah. Console.log mnemonic nim. So hard for me every single time. That's just not a word people should use. Should be banned. You gotta stop. I mean, okay, word that should be technical. DAPI. DAPI, not client. DAPI. Word that shouldn't be technical. Passphrase. Or word list. Or 12 words. Deca word. I don't know. Because it's that no one remembers this. You remember your passphrase. The mnemonic is, according to their terminology, the passphrase is the thing that is used to encrypt the mnemonic. So you don't memorize the mnemonic. Whoever thought that people are going to memorize 12 or 24 words was a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They can barely remember password 123. All right. What was I going to do here? Oh, this needs to be in await. That's why it's messed up. Ugh, which means that this all needs to go here. And that's why this thing breaks, because yes. Okay, now we're back to why we need this. Okay, so this main function, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Just get rid of that. We need this, and maybe this. We don't need this. Okay. So let me try here again. But what I do want to bring about is this thing. So client ops there, and client ops here. There we go. This is what's going to bring us to happiness. So then get rid of all of this, and all of this, and all of this, and handle it like this. Yeah? Okay, so let's try one more time. Okay. There we go. All right. Let me see what I can do here. So there we still have the nice, very few line example. So we keep it short and sweet. And then maybe I can rename this now. I can rename this back to get or create. Get or create, which is what that's what I originally wanted to name it, but because of how things were things were going in the order of 1, 5, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. I swappy doed it. Get or create. And actually, do we even need this anymore? Yeah, we do. We do need it to be async because we need the awaits in there for that. Okay. Let's go ahead and just type this out. So at param string and mnemonic. And string of 12 white space delimited words. Okay. And then returns string. And then this is going to be optional. Yep, I did mean promise string. There we go. Excellent. Okay, so that's good. And then we could probably do the same thing with store here. We got at params object ops, and then we have string ops.filepath, and then we have string ops.namespace, namespace in a namespace prefix for JSON storage. Path of JSON DB file. String. What's it complaining about? Nope. I just did. File path is right here. Namespace is right here. What is it complaining about? What did I do wrong? At params. Object. I spelled something wrong. Ops. This shouldn't be complaining. Okay, let me sanity check. At param. Oh, at params. Typo. There we go. At returns. Storage. That's core storage. I'm going to call it core storage maybe. So let's say type def object for storage, and then this is going to have at this is the one thing I really don't like about JSDoc is it is not good. It was designed for Java, not for JavaScript, and they kind of just try to make a straight port, kind of ignoring the way that JavaScript native types work. So you have to do this thing. So at param string name, and then you have to do the same thing here. Set item at param string name, or I guess this should technically be key, and then any as the value. And then you have to say at property core storage get item, and then core storage set item. And then let's just do and I guess what we need to do here is we need to say at type, no, is it like this? At type core storage. Yeah, and then we have to do at tsignore because it doesn't understand. There we go. Now it's happy. Okay, now it shouldn't complain about this at all. Everything looks good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save this. Again, feel free to ask questions, make comments, heckle a little. Not too much, just a little bit. All right, I think this is right. We'll go to storage example, check out B, better storage example, git push. All right. Oh, whoops. I didn't actually, okay. Okay, fixed. This would be feature, show example of how to use mnemonic and storage. All right, then I'm actually just going to squash this one. Generally, I don't use squash, but it's simpler than doing fix and, it's not. I shouldn't have used squash. Squash is something I hardly ever use. It's just because that particular case, I wanted to use the second message. Typically what I would do is I'd mark the first message as reword, copy the message that I want, and then mark the next one as fold up / fix, and then end up with one commit rather than two. But yeah, it kind of violated my principle of least surprise there. Or not least surprise, principle of fewest things need to be known. All right. A better example of how to use storage and mnemonic that uses few, that puts storage and mnemonic code in lib as to keep the core example simple, but as to make the example completely useful, but still simple at a glance. Would replace there we go. Oops, typo. Forgot the trailing slash. Explicit over implicit. It's very clear that's a directory now. Okay. Is there anything else that I want to look at here? I think I'm ready to move on. What do we got? So, oh, also, no, there was one more thing I did want to do. Git checkout main. All right, and then let's see. What do we have? Client all over the place, right? Client, 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 client. All right, client DAPI. Star.js, star.js. Yeah, I think this is actually correct in every single case. Let's take a look here. You let me know if you notice anything. I know I'm scrolling kind of fast, but you should be getting, what, 60 frames a second on these? Use your fast eyes. Gosh, how long is this? It's forever long. Is it that much code in here? All right, let's see. Star.js. Star.js. Okay, so all of these, oh, and then again, reset on types.js. So git commit-m, and this would be what? Refactor, client, DAPI. Oh, whoops. Nope. Let's do this again. Client to DAPI. And let me go back to main, git reset head tilde 10 dash hard, git pull. Okay, git checkout, client to DAPI, git, what do we got? This one. Git. Another thing. All right, another pull request. Okay, client is too generic. Sounds like it could refer to a HTTP or TCP client. However, this is highly specific to the framework, to the platform. So it makes sense to call this DAPI as to not be confused with other clients that may exist in code and be more clear to the reader. All right, and then I'm just going to put in here clients, DAPI, star.js, star.js. Okay, I think there was maybe one more thing that I wanted to take a look at before I went on. Let's see. I think I wanted to open up, was it Dash core lib? Yeah. Where's that warning at? Do I still have the warn here? I probably don't. Nope. Warn. Let's see if I've got it in at Dash. Whoops. Dash Evo. Whoa! Dang it. Crap. Oh, whoops. I ruined it all. Let's bring this back over here. We'll be back shortly. Let's see. Dash. And this is going to be platform demo. Ignore. Oh, okay. So I guess I accidentally got rid of that file at some point somehow. But yeah, we definitely want to ignore docs. We want to ignore .star.min.star. Seriously? Oh, whoops. No. Let's go back into here. That's where we are. Okay. Ignore. Yeah, this should be ignoring min. Why is that not the case? Let me just put that in there, and then let's do this. Okay, it's not working. What was it? What was specifically the message was what? Warn Mnemonic, no storage. Warn.star storage. That was not helpful. Why is it showing minified code? I told it not to show minified code. All right, let's try this again. Against starman time. Okay. Maybe. Nope, that wasn't helpful either. Let's try again this way. Nope. Okay. Let's do this. I don't know what's going on there. Let's page this out. We could maybe ignore WASM, I guess. I don't know. WASM. That's weird. Okay. Maybe just store? Ah, crap. I guess the cheapest way to do this is actually going to be go check out main and then go run create wallet. Okay. Oh, it doesn't even say the right thing. It doesn't even have the. It doesn't even give you the right language to know what the letter L. You know. Okay. So let's do this. Git default adapter logger warn. Yeah. Issues. Warn. Okay, open blank issue. Docs. Misleading. No. Confusing error message about storage adapter with no resolution. No hints to resolution. All right, so doot. All right, one, this doesn't mention what this is or where it comes from or how it is to be configured, or even that it's a storage adapter that's in question. Okay, two, there's no link to documentation or description of the name of the argument that was supposed to be passed. So it's quite difficult to figure out what to do. Three, I don't think there is any documentation whatsoever for this. At least there wasn't when I had to go figure it out a few months ago. Okay, and then let's do and then let's link over to let's see. All right, so I guess I could do a little PR real quick for this. It just bugs me so much that they're trying to follow this stupid thing. We need to get rid of this. This is baggage. This is a burden, not a benefit. Unfork. Build it right. Okay, source types storage Git storage adapter. Is that what we're doing? Source lib? No, lib. Stupid mono repos. Okay, dash evo wallet lib. Oh, whoops. Oops. So this is actually goes to wallet lib, I guess. Wallet lib. Ah! I can't figure it out. It's too complicated. Let's try. Let me try one more time. Dash evo wallet lib. No, this is going under wallet lib. That says wallet lib's deprecated. So wouldn't it be here? Is this wallet? No? What the letter L? Alright. Deprecated. Then what? Wallet lib. So confusing. Okay. Source types. Storage. Get default adapter. Alright, running Node.js without a storage adapter. All right, and then could we have some sort of link const help URL equals let's see. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw mine in here. Better storage example. Okay. Okay. First of all, let's his browser. Come on. Let's do this. Without specifying what was it for this? Uh, dapiops.wallet.adapter. There we go. Let's just update this. Um, for storage. And what is this? What is this actually for? This is for what? For address storage? I don't know what this is for. What type of storage is this? For address storage. And I don't know why this is okay. Don't we want to warn for this one as well? Do we really want a browser to not have any storage? Isn't that dangerous? And I really think so. What we ought to do here? Let's check this out. Okay, so what are we doing? About function warn. Keep it simple, keep it safe. env running on env. So then we just warn what? Warn JS env warn React Native env. What else? I mean, this seems like this should warn. Okay, so wait. Now we need. What we need is return. Let's call it get warn. Okay. An unknown platform. Unknown environment. I don't know. Sure. Do it like this. C, and then what do we have? Adapters in mem. So storage. So this goes up one. No, we're in storage. So we go up one and go source adapters. Adapters in mem. Oh gosh. Why? Way to make it look complicated. All you need is two functions. Get item, set item. Don't make it weird. Well, I guess there's a config. Whatever. All this inheritance stuff. But that's, it's the same old song, it's never going to end. Okay. All right. Boop. C. Let's go this way here. Do or. And then can we give an example of, is there anywhere that has an example how to do this? Identities and names, contracts and documents. I mean, I don't know. I got the best example right now. I think I've got the only example. Okay. Docs. Improve warning message. This one. Yeah. Okay. Show and inform how to correct missing storage adapter. Let's see. Show help. There we go. I don't care. Let's see. Seems like the browser should also show this error. I don't know why you'd want to lose data on in web apps. Probably needs a better storage adapter, something that can easily handle switching accounts or something that has a, say, .clear. Okay. All right, what else we got? I think there was still yet one more thing. There is. There is yet one more thing. Hold on. Add lint tsc. So types tsconfig, and then we need to touch typings git keep. I believe that's all the correct way to do this all. All right. Commit -m lint. Oh, and then we probably need also package.json. We'd probably want to add lint. And I don't think it's quite that simple as just adding TSC, npx, TSC at, what are we at? TSC version? TSC at 4. Oh, TypeScript. Dang it. This is one of those things where I don't know if this will work the way I want. Hold on. Can we run npx tsc? Let's go check this out real quick. npm is probably one of those things that's subject to a naming attack. Deprecated release. Published by somebody. Yeah. Okay, can we do this? Can we do npx TypeScript tsc? Okay, let's see how we can do it. npx run bin from package. I'm not clear how this is supposed to work. So Let's see. npx. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Dang it, this may not be possible. Okay, command arg. -p, there we go. This is what we should always be using. -p TypeScript at, let me see, TypeScript, what? Let's just see what's the current version here. Holy shoot! 67 megabytes? That's insane! Do they realize that this is JavaScript? What are they doing? What, did they write it in C# and transpile it? Holy cajoles! They smoking the wacky tobacco. So, there we go. Well, I'm glad I figured that out, because that's something I've wanted to know for a while. Lint and TSC for linting and code style. Well, I don't know it really does much about code style. And missing for linting, missing JS doc. Okay. Oh, whoops. I actually don't want that previous one. I think we can do rebase-i main. I've got unstaged changes. Yeah, screw it. I probably should make aliases for git checkout since I type it all the time. Oh, whoops. Main is wrong. Git checkout main, git rebase hard. Nope. Git reset -- hard. Head 1. Git push -f. Git pull origin. No, upstream main. Okay, git checkout. What was this? Lent tsc git. Oh, git rebase -i main. There we go. There we are. Prove example code style consistency and documentation, because TSC will report errors and nag when docs are missing. Okay. This is a very basic, vanilla, non-controversial ts config.json. Only changed from defaults to support JS natively and support, yeah, support modern JS natively. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, all of that is done. So that's everything I got for this part. Let's move on. I go to testnet, faucet, and well, so here's the thing. Yeah. Okay, let's see what they're saying. So create that mnemonic, the wallet from step 2, yada yada. Yeah, you know, but we can automate these things. It's not that much to automate these things. We automate these things. Anyway, let's go ahead and see what it says. So let's go git checkout better storage example. That's my best one. So we can get rid of this create wallet.back. What do we want to do? Okay, let's run create wallet. By the way, feel free to ask questions, comment, whatever. Sorry, I'm not being very entertaining tonight, probably. I don't know. But a thumbs up if you got them, by the way. You know, if it is entertaining or useful, or you're learning something. Cows. All right, and I think if I put that in, I can get quite a bit. Let's try this. Do we have a problem? Pending. Bah Humbug. All right, they really should remove the autocomplete from this. I don't want my address saved all the time. Okay. No more Dash for you. Come back in 3 hours. Yeah. 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 Okay, let's see what we got though. Let's do testnet insight. I forget where that's at. Insight.test dash test insight. I gotta save this when I find it again. This is not the right one. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if this is the right one. Let's go ahead and save it anyway. Testnet dash testnet insight. Heyo! Look at that. Anybody want some T-dash? Little trick. You want to get a ton, use promo code masternode. All right, cool. So hopefully, I think this time I'll actually get a different one. No, because storage is still not working. Storage is still not working. Why does it think that that address is unused? It's obviously been used. Right? It's the address we're talking about, right? This one? Obviously been used. So I don't know why it's telling me that it's unused, other than that maybe the storage adapter isn't working. So let's take a look at db.json. Last known block, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think the problem is it's offline is true, and so I don't think it's actually saving anything anyway. And if we change offline mode, if we change this to false, then the problem is it's going to try to sync gigabytes of data that we don't want it to sync. Can only be used when the mnemonic is set to null, which that doesn't make any sense because it's telling us, yeah, whatever. Okay, identities and names tutorials. Okay, let me put this over here and see what I can get rid of. So this is kind of useful. This is kind of useful. I do want to gather some of the useful information. In one place. All right. Right. Oops, this actually is a misnomer, or not a misnomer, but that should say prettier RC. Okay. Not sure where I want to put all this stuff. Okay, get rid of that. This is the same thing. All right, so I got a bunch of test funds. I've got this thing working. So we go on with the identities and contracts and documents. And then documentation site, which is just putting us back around, I think. Actually, I want to put one more thing in here. Let's under here, let's do browser. And then what we would put is lib storage.js to lib browser storage.js. Then, basically, no, I don't want to do that. Set no number. Let's get rid of number for a second so I can grab this here. How's it going, everybody? Feel free to jump in with questions, comments, whatever. I'm going through Dash platform tutorials and trying to get the place cleaned up. Okay, let's see. Better. No, simple. Okay. Also, package.json.browser can be used to provide code samples for both Node.js and browsers. For example, and we'll just call this JavaScript. This would use libstorage.js for Node.js, but lib browser storage in a browser via bundlers. Then you can provide examples that suit that just work, no matter the environment. Provide full examples. Complete, usable, no matter the environment. Okay, so yeah, I think I've gone through this bit before as well. Let's see, contract register minimal, contract retrieve, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, just this whole idea, so this right here, the idea that you would have to synchronize is what makes this a non-starter for me. I just don't know how this could possibly be useful. Insights is the way to solve this problem. Not creating browser and node clients that sit and sync for 15 minutes or 15 days. That's not the solution to this. So and Ryan, for when you're watching this, I don't know if you recall, but I have gone through this before. This was way back at the very beginning, when you had asked me, okay, go through as if you were going to do the same thing you're doing with PayPal, but with Dash. And I went through, I didn't go through the data contract stuff specifically, but I did go through the kind of this, the same thing that I went through just now. That's why I wanted to create the merchant tools, because that stuff is, it's janky and bloated, and it's not what people need. This is not useful. So, if this is, platform requires that in a browser or in Node or whatever environment that I have to do syncing, it's just a non-starter. I don't get who would want to use this. Well, I do kind of get who would want to use this. It'd be the kind of person that wants to run a full node. But we just realistically, if you run a full node for yourself, it would be a service that you're providing to yourself. It would not be, and really, I don't know what utility a full node is to an individual. Because it's completely unnecessary. Run the alternative to Insights, that one that's written in Go, the block Insight or whatever it's called. Let me see. Can I find it again? Block Insight, Golang, block site. Hey Josh, could you find the video where this was back towards the beginning of starting CrowdNode? If you could look through the text, or maybe I can look through the text, but I'd like us to find the thing that's like Insight that I said I wasn't going to use. It had a clean WebSocket implementation, but I said I wasn't going to use it because Insight is what is actually hosted by Dash.org, and I wanted to do what was hosted by Dash.org. But the far superior tool was the Golang one, although the Golang one might be missing the instant send feature. This was not it. Anyway, ping me on that. If that's going to take you a really long time to do, I can I don't want to just waste time. But you know, if you know how to use RG, and you've got the same directory of all of the Otter text transcriptions, we should be able to find it pretty quick. Okay, let me get rid of that. All right, so identity register, name register, resolve by name, name search by name. Retrieve by full name. All right, so this is the thing I'm interested to see. Let's go back through. I already did this identity register before. Let's go back through the identity register. Let's see. This looks right. This looks terrible. What is the current block height? What is blocks right now? So let's go back to, you know, the beginning of the day. Well, maybe what? How many blocks should I be looking at? Let's since July 1st, you know, so let's say this one right here. Okay, so this is what? One, identities and names, identity register. And you know what else this needs to do? This needs to be made an option in the .env. That's where this needs to go. This needs to be process.env .block, or, and then we need to do .env block equals, there we go. One problem with that is we actually need to do parse int 10. There we go. So identities not register. How is that helpful to me? Register an identity. There's not. I'm not even providing any details there. Okay, let's be realistic though. Identity, name register alias. Okay. All right. So this is what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna register. And again, what data won't persist? What data? Yeah, and we sit and we wait. We wait for blocks to sync. That's interesting. Well, this is broken. Let's just be real here. Block equals. Let's make sure we got a good block. Let's change the block around. Block. And this one is missing the await. Okay, what do we do here? Oh, I wanted to console.log this. Console.log block. So it would be really interesting to see what data we get back. And unfortunately, I think what we're going to get back is, yeah, we're going to get back some inheritance-oriented object, but at least it's got a toJSON method, so we can get back something useful. I would be interested to see what those properties are, to run the name registration and see what, gives back for the identity. How am I going to do a swap with, wallet? How am I going to... Maybe I'll just run through... okay, so this is the block that we're looking at, and maybe that's a bad block. So maybe we go, forward. Maybe we look at, what's the day? July 2nd? So maybe we just, go from the beginning of the day. Or when did we start doing some stuff? No, certainly wasn't more than an hour ago, I don't think, that I was doing the bit with let's see, transaction size. Okay, so let's just see if we can we skip further along. So maybe this thing is down. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm not really sure what to do about that. But let me just read through the tutorial further. All right. Connecting to a network. I think this is kind of overdone. Well, underdone, because it doesn't actually show you how to connect to a network here. This example, if I knew where this documentation was, this is a thing that I'd want to update. In fact, I'll make note of that over here. So I'll say, whoops, let's undo that. All right, so let's say, likewise, the example in the docs is also missing the config object. Oh, whoops, let me update that. Okay. Need to be a seed. Yeah, so basically, I think it's supposed to be just network testnet or something. Okay. And fund the wallet, use DAPI client methods. Git block hash, git best block. The stuff I just don't care about. And who is this intended to help? This doesn't, what is this? How is this going to help me? How is this going to... I mean, this just doesn't make sense. Is git block by hash, is that get the transaction ID? Or is git block hash of a particular block? DAPI endpoint reference section. Git mn list diff. Let's see, what is this? I love that this has curl examples. That's really awesome. Kind of weird that it doesn't have JavaScript examples. It seems like fetch should be there, if nothing else, because that works. Node v18 going, well, node 20 going forward. Node v18, you get a warning message. But excellent, super, plus, way satisfied, over the moon. Excellent. Giving simple examples in maybe put languages that are the kind of languages that people that are writing modern apps would be using. You don't need Go, Python. I mean, you don't need Python. You've got Go. You don't need Ruby. You got JavaScript. I don't know. I guess people want to see Python because people are using Python. I don't know that they should be doing this kind of stuff. You know. Well, that's kind of whatever. If people are trying to build high performance gRPC based APIs between network nodes, neither Python nor Ruby would be a qualifying language because neither of them have support for concurrency, not in any reasonable way that's usable. Anyway, mn list. So where am I? So data, RPC, params, base, block hash, block hash. So I guess whatever you got last time, you're saying, okay, from this block to this block, give me the mn list. That makes sense. So, because I'm going to get an mn list, I guess from the, so I'm going to grab the first block hash and then I'm going to get this. I don't know. I don't know what this is for. Is this really, so all we have here is, what methods do we have here? Get best block hash, get block hash, get mn list diff. I mean, that's, I don't know. I mean, it seems like this is only useful for this, and the only reason you'd get this is so that you connect with this. And then this is not giving you anything that we don't already have with insights. We already have broadcast transaction. We already have Git transaction. Returns blockchain status information. I don't know what that means. Let's take a look at it. Subscribe to. We already have this. And now that I've figured out how to do it with normal WebSockets, we don't have any of the bulk or the overhead of socket.io in order to, but let me make sure this is the right thing. Block headers with chain locks. So I don't really understand the chain lock stuff. So maybe there's better information here. And maybe this, yeah, maybe, is this instance end? I don't know what this is. Block hash. Subscribe. Okay, let me see. Support simplified payment verification via DAPI by providing access to block headers which can be used to verify transactions and simplified master node lists. Not really clear on what that means, but maybe I'll find out when I look at the simplified payment verification. I mean, is that instance end? And that looks nice enough. Let's see here. Chain locks, subscribe to transactions, proofs. Bloom filter. So we are looking for, we don't care if we get false positives, we just don't want false negatives. Filter itself is simply a bit field of arbitrary byte aligned size. 36 kilobytes. That seems like a lot. Or I guess that's 34 kilobytes. Or I guess it's not anything because it's 36,000 bytes. Seems kind of strange, but number of hash functions to use in this filter? I don't know what this is. Bloom filter. I don't understand this. It seems to be something that returns transactions while Merkle block, Merkle stuff. I don't know what that's about. So I don't know what this means. Let's look at simplified payment verification. A client only downloads the headers of blocks during initial syncing process and then requests transactions from full nodes as needed. This scales linearly with the height of the blockchain at only 80 bytes per block header, up to 16.8 megabytes per year, regardless of the total block size. So you're just getting part of it. I guess I don't know why you need any verification. For if you're going to be building something, you know, I mean, I guess the idea is if you're saying that you don't want to, okay, so I'm fine with using insights, right? Because I trust that Dash.org fundamentally, I mean, but this is the same thing, right? If you can't trust where the seed nodes come from, then how could you trust anything else from that point on? So if I don't trust Dash.org, then my trust is fundamentally broken before any of this even starts. Because if I don't trust Dash.org, I can't trust the seed nodes that are built into the library. I can't trust the library that's been published to NPM by Dash.org, right? So if I don't trust the network, then I can't trust the code, and I can't trust any apps that are built on that code. So I get from the white paper scenario, yeah, we need a mechanism by which I can connect to any of 100 clients, and then I can, rerun the verification from top to bottom myself. But the truth is, I don't care. If Dash.org is going to feed me bad information, at that point, Dash is no longer valuable to me. If I can't trust the authors of the code, the authors of the seed list, the authors of the website, I would not. It doesn't matter whether or not I can connect to 4,000 computers and verify that most of them agree on this thing here. But then again, I mean, it doesn't hurt having one extra layer to say, yeah, it seems like, I don't know. I just don't know how, I don't know how I could trust this. If I can't trust insights, if I can't just connect to a couple of different service nodes and say, okay, I want to verify this. I'm going to connect to 4 service nodes and see what they say. Just at random, connect to 4 and see what they say. If that isn't good enough, then I don't know how this is, because the way that I get the service nodes is through the seed node list. And I'm talking in circles, but I'm kind of working it through here. Okay. But I think, so when we say Merkle root, this does make sense though. This is the way that Git works. So when we do Git, it doesn't matter how many files have changed. I get a particular outcome here. Sorry. So let me explain how this works. So we got an initial commit, and then we got all the way here. All right. Now, the way that the Merkle tree works is, and I'm not an expert in Merkle trees, but I can get the gist of it in a way I think I can convey it. You've got some number of commits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 commits here, right? It's easy to to verify between commits without looking at all of the data. And I think that's what this is. How many bytes is this? Let's check and see here. I wouldn't be surprised. Not length, 40. Okay, so this is 20 bytes. So if I were to go back in history and screw up this one, so look, EB, E3, 57. So I'm going to go back in history, and let's go back. Can we go back 10? No. Can we go back 8, 7? What, really? 5? Oh, I have stash changes. Okay, so let's do Git Stash. All right, so I'm going to go back here. We're looking at EB, E3, 57. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to edit. And then I'm going to create touch junk, git add junk, git rebase, continue. Okay. Updated README file. Now, if we go look at the log, so, and we should have looked at the ones prior. So all of the prior ones, all the roots, up to the point where I made the change, they're the same as what they were before. But look, this before was, what was it, EB and E3 and 5.7, and then 5.3, and all of those have changed now. So if we change it, and this is essentially what a blockchain is that you're just saying that every next hash is dependent on the previous hash. And the Merkle tree can basically work in such a way that you can establish a point-to-point relationship and just fold away all of the data into just a hash. And so if the and you can tell, this is the other thing, you can tell if a certain hash has been included somehow. And that, I don't quite know how that works. But there's some sort of way that you can say, given this base hash, and then given this new hash, I can tell if this hash was part of the tree of hashes. And maybe it's, I don't remember how that works exactly. But what I do know is that I can do all this here, and then, whoops. And then I can pull this down, and then we can look at this again, and now we should, yeah, EB, E3, 5753, and then BC. So that all looks right. All right. Cannot be easily fooled into thinking transaction in a block when it is not. The reverse is not true. It can, okay, so it cannot be fooled into thinking a transaction is in a block. But it can be fooled into thinking that a transaction isn't in a block. And this, I think, is the Bloom filter thing. A full node can simply lie by omission. Yeah, but I mean, look at this. Look at this. Mitigation strategy. Connect to a number of full nodes. Send a request to each node. This is what I just said. Just run insights. You don't need all of, I mean, again, for whatever purpose, okay, great. This is one additional thing. It's an extra check. It's like, hey, if you want to check it this way, you can. You know, that you can have the formal proof this way. You have the mathematical formal proof. But the realistic thing is that yeah, I mean, I'm just going to connect to a couple nodes at random and check them, and if they seem to agree, then I'm going to assume that it went through. Yeah, Bloom filter. There we go. Yep. Test membership of an element. Again, I don't understand this precisely. I know at the very highest level what it does. I don't know how to implement a Bloom filter. I could probably figure it out given the right materials, you know, a few Wikipedia articles with some Python code or something. Okay. So I mean, cool, but I think you got to be a crypto nerd to 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 want to get into that. I'm not cryptocurrency nerd. I'm a crypto nerd, as in cryptography, but I'm not a cryptocurrency nerd. I just happen to work in it, whatever. Um, Git status, the response structure. So I wanted to see what Git status looks like. Where's Git status? Git status, example, request and response. What does it look like? So protocol, software. This is great. Love this. This is awesome. I would expect to be able to get this via HTTP/version. What is the time? Yeah. So a lot of this stuff, okay. That I just expect to be available just as a, every API should have a resource like this. This is beautiful. And then all this stuff. Interesting. I don't understand what that means. Get block. And this is get the block by the number or by the hash. I don't know what this is doing. Example request response, get transaction, get the transaction by the transaction ID. That's cool, but again, we already have that. Subscribe to transactions with proofs. Okay, so this I'm just not sold on any of this stuff. It's cool that it's there, but we already had it before. We've already had it for years. The SPV thing sounds a little bit new. Sounds cool. As kind of a backup measure or something like that. Okay, data contracts. I don't know what this is. Platform proofs. Oh. This seems like it's probably some cool stuff that's useful. I don't even know exactly what it is. Proof that the response is correct. Back to trees, okay. Let me get out of here. All right, retrieve an account's identities. Okay, so I'm going to create multiple identities. I'm going to save them. And my identities are just random strings, essentially. What's happening? We initialize a client, get identity IDs, retrieve lists created with the wallet mnemonic. So probably something like HD wallet. So it increments every time I want to create an ID. That way it's deterministic. And wait times of 5+ minutes. Not useful. Future release will add caching. I mean, but why, how much data is this? Why not just add it now? Why is this problematic? Local forage, right? Just throw local forage in there. It's got the same interface. It'll use IndexedDB, so you can get a storage quota of something like 50 megabytes or more, potentially. Because I think local storage caps out around 5 megs or 10 megs. And then IndexedDB gives you a lot more, and local forage is kind of the de facto standard for applying the local storage API to IndexedDB. Okay. But all right, I get this. I get some identities. Great. Okay. I want to register a name. Okay. Dash unique identity ID, identity.getID. Again, inheritance-oriented design rather than just identity.id. An identity goes here. So I'm assuming an identity goes here is... I'm a little confused. Do I put identity name goes here? Are these the same or are these different? That's not clear to me. Okay. Retrieve a name. Okay, I retrieve the name and then what do I get back? Domain. I don't think that is correct. Data contract ID. So this is stored on the GroveDB stuff. Label, I'm guessing this is where I would put Kool-Aid J86. Put result, subdomain rules. Yeah. I'm not opposed to having an alternate naming scheme, but I think we need to start with what we have that already works and then build out on top of that, rather than creating something that won't work, that's going to require specialized software. And this is already being done 10 times over, right? So what is it? Unlimited domains or something like that? Or something domains? Blockchain domains. Unstoppable domains. So this doesn't even work. This is a complete sham. I paid $20, and I got nothing. And it says, oh, native support. Kind of not. No renewal. And they updated it. NFT domains. Got to use the latest buzzwords. I don't know if it said that the first time I visited this. Become part of the future. Yeah. I paid $20, and then I think a month later they announced that you don't need to pay money anymore or something. But yeah, there's as far as I'm aware, there's no security on the domains. They have to be proxied through Cloudflare. Even where it says there's native support, it's native support by attaching to a Cloudflare proxy. It doesn't do anything with... Most of these, I think, are on Ethereum or something like that. And yeah, starting at $5. What? Mine was 20. Yeah, and I don't even get it. After I paid for it, they're like, okay, cool. Now that we sucked you in, and told you that your browser supported, psych, go get this plugin and download this app and run a miner and mint your domain. No thanks. So at least this is simpler. Okay, anyway, let's go on. So I'm guessing that this is going to do efficient lookups, and I'm hoping that it's not going to be stored on every node, but there's going to be some collection of node that's over some thing, and then we're going to have some sort of distributed hash table that's going to take you down a route, and then you're going to be able to verify this Merkle tree, and then you'll be able to resolve a name. Okay. But then what do I do with this? Because, okay, let's look at send funds. Recipient. Create transaction. Okay, this is just normal. This is just, this doesn't use an ID. This is just get the address of somebody. Okay. I don't have anything here. Contracts and documents. Okay, let's see. Register a data contract. Let me just read through it. See if I can figure out what this is about. All right, so we're going to call it a note. Indices. Okay, timestamps. Okay, note is text. Okay, so this is kind of this is a document storage engine where I'm guessing I'm hoping that there's some sort of predefined schema, and it's not. Okay, JSON schema, data contract explanation. Okay, mnemonic, register contract identity, contract documents, note, type object properties, message. That seems kind of meta. I mean, this already is an object, but I guess you need markup because you're doing meta descriptions. Okay. Oh yeah. Right. Because this is the schema. This is not the document. This is the schema for the document. Okay. So we're creating a schema for the document. DPP. I don't know what that means. Again, validates. So validate a contract is valid. Publishing the contract. Contract registered. All right. So you're going to create a contract. And I guess you could have many different contracts that are similar but different. Oh, I need to put my face more in there. Okay. So I'm guessing, so basically these are new types in programming lingo. So I can have a new type of this object that has a string message, and there could be 50 different contracts that have string message, but they're distinctly different contracts. So I need the ID of those contracts. Create contract documents, initialize, validate. Okay. Retrieve a data contract. So I'm just going to get back to JSON. Wait, this says documents, but this is supposed to be a contract. I'm a little confused because when I think document, I think instance of a document. Not, I would expect this to be contracts or something, but whatever. All right, update a data contract. That sounds dangerous. Do we want to be updating data contracts? I mean, isn't that going to break things? Maybe we can add, but we can't subtract. Okay, submit documents. So we got a contract ID. Okay, create note document. This is note document. Has identity and it has doc properties. Doc properties is a message. Okay, again, y'all know this that have been watching for a while. I am totally against putting script inside of templates. Keep it simple, keep it safe. To UTC string. Why not to ISO string? Hold on a second. What is this? What is this blasphemy? Is this just isostring? Oh! 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 What? What? No. Please. Please no. Please no. Don't use bespoke string. I thought that was maybe just an alias for isostring. Blah. No. Well, I don't understand what that's supposed to be. But never... whatever. Okay. So... retrieve documents. Yeah, how do I retrieve a document? So if I have a contract, so give me the documents that match this. Only retrieve 2 documents. Okay. I don't know. So I kind of like the idea of having. First of all, I don't know if this is actually decentralized. I don't know if this is decentralized or if it's just mirrored. If it's actually decentralized, I like the idea of having some decentralized storage. Because decentralized meaning that it scales. That's kind of the definition of decentralized. If it doesn't scale, it's not decentralized. So I'm hoping this is not every node is trying to just mirror every other node. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure I understand what the Merkle tree stuff is all about. Or maybe it's just for efficiency of being able to verify things quicker with less information. But okay, I mean, this basically makes sense. I mean, we're saying, okay, you're going to define, I don't know that contract's the right word. You're defining a schema, and then you're adding a document to the schema, and then you're searching among the schema that you've created for documents. Is there a way to introspect? So retrieve a data contract. Can I search for data contracts? I mean, what if I lose my contract ID? Can I find contracts that I've created? Can I, contracts that were made by my identity? Okay, don't do this stuff, please. That's confusing. It's not clear what you're trying to do there. Don't do it. Just write out dash dot platform protocol dot identifier. Don't get weird. There's no reason to write this in this wonky donk way. Okay. I don't know. Okay, update data contracts. So retrieve. So I don't see how do I get data contracts if I don't have the ID. Because ideally, what I want to do with most databases is I want to be able to log in, I want to be able to list my databases. So I want to be able to list my schemas. What are my storage mechanisms? I'd want that to be tied to an identity, and I'd want to be able to pass that identity around. I'd want to be able to share that identity and say multiple people have access to this list or something. I think sharing is really important. Okay, contract overview, submit documents. So submit documents. Retrieve documents seems to make sense because you just retrieve them by the contract ID and some sort of search parameter. Contract ID, client apps tutorial contract. This is a little bit confusing. Tutorial contract is an app. Okay. Update documents. Yeah, I think that's a bad idea. I don't know exactly what this means, but I mean, one of the benefits of the idea, of an append-only log is it's an append-only log. So I'm hoping that this just adds a new version and that I could still retrieve the previous version, that it's not actually going to change data. that's just going to add new data to the linked list of, maybe at the head of the linked list of this data. And then, okay, so so I got my identity, and my identity, that's how this is signed, so that not just anybody can update it. But how do I share it? How do I say I want 2 people to update this? Do I have to do all of the, what's that thing? The NVM encryption? Do I have to develop my own mechanism for that, for sharing with someone? Because that's the kind of thing that I'd want native in this, is that I can share the thing that contains the resources with other people that I trust that are going to manage this with me. Just, I guess, does this describe at the beginning what problem this is trying to solve? Registering identity, apply with data contract. So what's the use case that we're looking at here? What is it that we want to accomplish? How does this, because I'm thinking, what do I want to do with data? I want to share it. I want to permissions is really the hard problem today. Storage is a problem that's been solved for a long time. Permissions is kind of the problem that needs the weird stuff. That's where we need the BLS signatures, and we need the I forget the name of it, but the NVM encryption, which I think is part of what BLS signatures kind of handles. But BLS signatures doesn't give you the NVM encryption, it gives you the NVM signing and verification. But anyway, that's the stuff that's kind of interesting, that's really bleeding edge, that is not solved in any of the commercial platforms. Being able to define a schema and save it, it's cool that there is kind of this public utility to do that. But I don't, what are we saying is the kind of contract data people want to put on here? So what I was hoping to see is, how do I share with someone? That's what I was really interested in. Explanations, decentralized API. Historically, the outside world, peer-to-peer protocols. I don't know if I'd call it peer-to-peer protocol, but difficult access, decentralized API. Okay, endpoint overview, gRPC core, drive. Okay, platform protocol, DPP, Dash platform protocol, got it. All right. Schema, in order to start, storage, contracts we're using storage, updating contracts, document. Hey, how's it going? Feel free to ask questions about code and stuff. At this point, I'm just reading through documentations because a while back the example broke. It didn't work. And so since I can't get the example to work, due to, let's see, can I get this to work again? Due to some sort of something that I don't understand, that I don't think that has anything to do with me, because it says the signature is not valid. And I didn't do anything to change the signature. So I think that's just testnet's messed up. So I'm just kind of reading through, trying to understand, what is this trying to do? Array of documents, one data contract, contract ID, user signature, binary representation, Dash Pay wallet. Let's check this out. What? No, it doesn't tell me. So I mean, what is the idea that? Am I going to encrypt some data in a bespoke way, and then I'm going to send it, and I'm going to? I don't understand. Do I publish it to somebody else's data contract? Do I find their data contract and then I send it to them, or how am I supposed to, how is Dash Pay supposed to work? This is completely unclear. Okay. Oh, wait. Example contract for Dash Pay. Okay. Indices, profile, properties, avatar, avatar fingerprint, public message, display name, additional properties, contact info, root encryption key index, derivation key index. Okay, so something to do with HD wallets. Properties, Inc to user ID, root encryption key index, derivation key index, private data. This is the encrypted values of alias plus node plus hidden message encoded as an array in CBOR. Okay. So this is private data that I'm storing that's encrypted for me. Contact request. Okay. Does this say what schema it is or anything? Okay, Dash Pay schema. Let's see what this is. All right. It's going to be interesting to know a little bit more about this because this looks like this would be, one of the pieces of information I'd really be interested in. Okay, visualization, contact, profile, properties. A good visualization. How is this? Okay, required, indices, properties, contact, profile. What's the difference between contact and profile? Whoa, I didn't actually want to go that big right now. Properties about. Okay, I'd love to get somebody to give me the rundown on this. So, Ryan, if you know who I should chat with about this, it'd be great to find that out because this is the bit that seems usable, and that I don't know how would I find this schema. Does it say here? Example contract. So JavaScript implementation, identity, contract ID, a contract structure, a contract ID generated from the hash, contract owner's identity plus some entropy. Wait, contract owner's identity plus some entropy. One or more documents. Example contract. Does it say? Am I missing where the contract ID is? Because I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing the contract ID. Okay. Hmm. Uh, okay. State transition. And this is the CBOR stuff. Is that what it was called? I don't remember what that is. I don't remember if that's a data storage like JSON but binary, or if that's a mechanism for updating atomically across a network. I think it's one of those two things. Let me go look this up real quick. CBOR. Oh, okay. So it's like JSON but Diffner. Okay. Structure. Documents batch. Hop up. Okay, document revision. Okay, so good. We're not overwriting data. We are getting new revisions. Salted domain hash label. Data trigger. Identity naming process. Okay, so the piece that I'm missing on the one thing that I do get that I want is how do I share contact information with somebody else? So I give them my name and then they publish a message that's to me as a contact request as part of a contract, and then I'm going to be syncing data and I'm going to be listening to my contracts, and I'm going to be checking from a certain block. Okay, I think I got it. I think I understand what's happening here. I'm gonna diagram this out and let's see if, well, not diagram this out. Okay, so first thing is there's a public data contract published by dash.org for profile. Then I register an identity. I listen / search for contacts filtered by request to me. Is that what we're saying? Let me go back to that document search. Okay, so retrieve documents. So if I have a public contract ID for DashPay, then I can get documents. How do I get documents that are to me? Tutorial contract.note. So I'm assuming there's DashPay, there's a contract. And then what is the queries? Query syntax. Okay, we're field name, operator. Yeah. Okay, so I would like to see the example query of how do I find contact requests that are headed to me. So this is starting to make sense now. I would prefer a solution that's decentralized and peer-to-peer in the true sense of me as the consumer, not as the network that I'm connected to. But this looks useful. I mean, there's no examples of how to use it. I'm assuming that they must be in the DashPay code for the Android app or something like that. So there's probably, if we went to, let's see if we just go to Dash Evo, can we find Android? Android. Okay, Dash Wallet, Android DashPay. And do we have any other DashPay? DashPay. Android DashPay. Okay. Let me just clone this real quick and see. Let's get up here, git clone. Oh, that's nice. Very small. Good. That means maybe it's using up-to-date standard libraries, hopefully. Uh-oh, Gradle. That sounds dangerous. All right, so we got Dash Pay, source, a main, Kotlin, or oh, good old Java. Okay, contact request. Let's see. You know, for all the bad rap that Java gets, it's fairly readable. And although, yeah, it's got a lot of the inheritance-oriented crap, at least there's a standard way to do things. Fun. Because FN and Func were taken, so of course. All right. Encrypted public key. Wait, why would I be encrypting a public key? Sender key index. This I don't quite understand. Sender key index, so recipient key index. I don't quite understand what those mean. I guess I need my, do we have a Vim Kotlin thing I can grab real quick? So I can get some syntax highlighting. Oh, 8 years ago. Oh no, 8 months ago. What? Kotlin's a lot older than I thought it was. Okay. See, this is beautiful. Except that he ought to have done dash dash depth equals 1. There we go. Okay, now, ba-da-da-da! Oh wait, we had that was not loud enough. Cool, that helps. Encrypted. Okay, so this is just the JSON to go. This is just the auto-generated code from the JSON. Okay, same thing here. So wait, no, what's this? Not empty. Watch contact request. Okay, cool. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, platform documents, Git, contract request document, contact request document. Okay, where's the specified? Dashpay.contact request. Platform documents, Git all. Query start after build. Okay, start after. No, I'm not going to have to go through every single one of these on the network, am I? Seriously? Identifier. Okay, identifier. Is this a type? Oh, it's a nullable type. Got it. Okay, so identifier meaning what, though? Where's that imported? It's imported from here. So identifier, is that a string? What is this? Can I figure this out? Dash J platform. Can I do identifier? No, I don't get that. It's unfortunate. Okay. This is probably going to turn up way too many results, but let's take a look and see if we can find out where it is exported. Oh well. All right, this is useful. Get receive from contact chain to user AES key. Okay, where did AES key come from? I'm guessing that we're grabbing the AES key from some key derivation when the user signs in and does their biometrics. Okay, to user identity from user blockchain identity. Interesting. This has got some of the Go-ish style to it, where you declare your variable and then your type. Makes a lot of sense. And that's an improvement over standard Java. Okay, watching key. Okay, contact key. Serialized. So wait, contact pub. Okay. Uh-oh. Trying to get fancy. The language feature, not necessarily the code style. Oh, look. It's JS doc. Okay. Choose user ID. There we go. Right there. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so here's our document query. So that's our Git. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so this makes sense. This is a perfectly reasonable approach by all accounts. I'm a little bit concerned about that after the start at int where to start getting results. Start after. That just doesn't seem right. I think, because look at this. So here it documents start at, but here it documents start after. So I think the documentation has gotten out of date. Okay, so we've got the query. Start after. I'm just a little bit confused because it says identifier here, but this makes more sense. Start at int. Start after identifier doesn't make sense. Could be that this is just buggy bad code. You know, it could be that this is just a mistake. Obviously, either this is a mistake or this is a mistake, or there could also be a start at that wasn't added here that was forgotten about, and then start after. You know, it could be that both are acceptable, but only one was documented here and only one was put in here. Let's see. All right, unnecessary else. If you return, you don't need the else. Get rid of all that jank. You should almost never use an else. And if you do use an else, your else should never be longer than your if. And your if should not really be, you know, it should be 2 to 3 lines. That's it. Except for extenuating circumstances. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, come on now. Don't do this to me. Yeah, so no. So if last line are equal to callback on timeout, return. There we go. Clean this up, y'all. Come on. Don't do it dirty. You've got a good language to work with, it seems. And doing some weird stuff over there, whatever. Yeah. Okay, if Yeah, look at this. Come on now. Clean code, y'all. Clean code. I actually have half a mind to make a PR for this. Keep the code clean. But before it was greater than, right? If it's greater than. So technically, this probably should just be equal to 0. Assuming. Anyway. Timer, monitor, watch contact request. So basically, this is not subscribing. This is just polling in a loop, which probably makes sense because on a phone, I don't know if you have that facility. Now, this is one of those things where do you want... We've got to work with the world the way that it is to some degree, right? And if you're going to be making apps for iPhone and for Android, then you should have the facility to get notifications. And again, I just don't think that it's realistic that you're going to have untrusted nodes be able to send push notifications. But that's what should be going on here, is that users should be paying, and they should be paying in order to get access to things like push notifications. But again, my point of view is that the way that we really need to go is push things to the edge. I should have my wallet that runs on my computer, my live wallet, should handle the push notifications for me. Now, how the heck do you get that to work? You have to have some sort of proxy. Could that run on the masternode network? Maybe. Because you can't expect people to sign up for their own API key. But still, could you get the service nodes to do something like run Apple and Google notifications? That's how you know that you're winning. Solve that problem. That's a unique and challenging problem that's of importance. I don't know if there is a solution to that problem. It may be provable that there's not a solution to that problem. How do you share a key that if anybody who's a bad actor gets a hold of it, you have to invalidate the key? How do you do that on a trustless network? How do you get enough trust to know that the key is being used only appropriately? And from 4,000 random computers that just happen to have 1,000 Dash each, could you somehow, if it's abused, could you charge them their 1,000 Dash or something like that? What do you do? Suspend. So suspend, maybe this is what kind of like Go is. Suspend, is this a Go routine essentially? Now I'm kind of curious. Or is this part of the phone platform? It's composing suspending functions. This seems like Go routines. Sequential by default. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay, so this is kind of like promises. Your promise chaining. Okay, and this is awaiting by default. Yeah, okay, cool. Got it. All right, so whoever it was, again, I've referenced this so many times, but I forget who was mentioning it. What does a language look like if await is the default behavior? Here you go. Await is the default behavior in Kotlin. And suspend is how you tag something as being, this is actually really nice. I kind of wish Go had a feature like this where you, I mean, I guess that's what channels are. It's, you're basically saying throw this into a channel, but you're giving it a more generic, it's probably not as performant as Go with channels because you're locking more things while this is running. Anything that this has access to is locked. Okay, so it's probably a hybrid approach between Go and Node in terms of the concurrency, where you get a little bit more control and flexibility than what Node gives you. It feels a little bit nicer. Maybe you lose a little bit of the performance that you would get with Go, but probably doesn't matter because you're talking about an app on somebody's phone. Although I'm sure people are building web servers in Kotlin and anything that can be built. All right. Okay, and again, don't nest crap when it doesn't need to be nested. Come on. Clean code. ET need clean code. This is almost a proper if else. I don't know how you do this here, but let's say var limit equals, I'll just do like this, document limit, if retrieval limit equals -1, and then just get rid of this and do limit. See? Define your happy path, define the less usual path, and then write cleaner, simpler code. Same thing here. I'm not 100% sure how this works, but basically just define var list query equals this thing here. List query equals this thing here. But generally speaking, I mean, the codes, it seems that this language lends itself to fairly clean code. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for anymore. I was kind of just poking around, trying to understand how the language works, trying to understand how platforms being used here. I think I get it. I'd like to see some examples. In JavaScript, or create some examples in JavaScript. But yeah, anyway, I think I'm going to be out for the night. I don't. Yeah, I want to be able to get up tomorrow, despite the fact that I had so much of my poison of choice here. I gotta let this settle in my brain a little bit and see. But the mechanism by which you exchange contact information, I mean, basically this is the same thing that CouchDB was, right? You define the schema, you set your conditions so that as the data goes in, it gets filtered and indexed, and then you look for something that matches one of the pre-indexed columns, and then you get back that list. You keep your cursor essentially in the platform where you have the storage, and then you work through everything. So why did you do the CrowdNode CLI in JavaScript instead of Go? Because they're are things that are not. The cryptocurrencies use a lot of bespoke cryptography that isn't in any standard. They use a lot of bad, let's use that term loosely, but they use a lot of bad practices. And so in Go, every standard cryptographic algorithm is implemented. But just weirdo one-off algorithms that aren't tested to be secure, aren't standardized. You have a harder time getting them in Go. And so there's a number of things that just don't exist in Go as far as I can tell. And the time that it would take, I would love to do it in Go. I would love to do it in Go. But the time that it would take to go deal with each one of these little things, and then a lot of the Go code, it's either calling C code, and sometimes it's calling the wrong C code because the different cryptocurrencies have slight nuanced differences in their hashing algorithms and the way they use their elliptic curves, et cetera, et cetera. So since the code for Dash specifically doesn't exist, as far as I could tell, and my previous experience doing this in Go is that it takes a lot of sifting through code to find things that are actually correct. I just thought that it would have taken too much time to do it in Go to get the basic stuff working that I could get working quickly in JavaScript. Now, I could port a lot of the JavaScript to Go. I could find some of the Go code out there in the wild, but I'd kind of have to use the JavaScript code as my golden reference, because even the new Go code that's being written, a lot of it's relying on these RPCs. And so the Go code is just doing a socket request to some C code. And the Go code doesn't actually do anything useful. It's kind of almost silly. Why would you bother to write this in Go if you're not even going to include any of the code? You're just going to call out to a C library, or you're going to call out via socket to a C application. So that's why I didn't do it in Go. I would love to do it in Go. If I get commissioned to do it in Go, I will happily do it in Go. I think that in the end, it'll be well worth it. It might be better for me to still continue along the node path to get a little bit more familiar with where the different pieces are in Node or in the JavaScript, so that if I go down the Go path, I will be able to replicate everything relatively quickly, knowing exactly how the pieces fit together. Because trying to figure out how the pieces fit together where there's just so much obscured away from you, it's kind of an uphill battle. But thanks for asking that, Domi Tutos. Okay, so with all this said, I think that at the end of it all, tonight was a success. I am kind of frustrated because it looks like there's a lot of, reinventing the wheel in, blockchain ergo blockchain. It looks like there's some of that going on. But, and I don't understand the specifics of GroveDB, but if it's actually decentralized, then maybe it could be a good path going forward with this. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome for the answer. And I'd still like to see some, what I would consider real innovation, solving real problems that people have, like accessing their own devices. Because I don't like this third-party crap, because essentially what's happening is, okay, just nobody, I don't know if it's a lack of knowledge, if it's ignorance, or if it's just fundamentally not understanding the way the internet works, or I don't know what it is. But the problem we need to be solving is, how do we get peers to connect to each other and have reliable fallbacks? What we don't need is to say, okay, I'm going to put all of this, I'm just replacing someone else's computer with another someone else's computer. I'm just replacing, politically, I have more reason to trust the Dash network. But in terms of, you know, the cloud and all of the issues with the cloud, it's the same problem but worse, because I still have to trust everything the same way that I do with, you know, Microsoft. There's a little bit more transparency in terms of I can, you know, watch some of the messages going back and forth or whatever. I don't have the reliability. I don't have the scalability. Well, I can't say I don't have the reliability. I, I don't. I know that I won't have the reliability at scale. That's what I meant to say. With the current, with some of the current, I don't know about Grove DB for the stuff we were just looking at, but I do know for the transactions, there will not be reliability at scale with the current implementation. So we need to figure out more how to get the, you know, same kind of sociality that exists in the real world. We just need to mirror that among our devices. I trust my devices because they're mine. I trust my people because they're my people. So we need to be optimizing for efficiency among where we have natural trust and allow for the occasional Edward Snowden type, rather than build a network with the assumption that everyone in the world, that all 6 billion people are going to have the same requirements as, you know, Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, of, you know, having to go through 6 layers of inefficient networking in order to send a message with, you know, it's that kind of stuff. Just, it's not that we don't need the privacy. It's that, I mean, you can get most of the privacy. The thing that's, I don't know, and blockchains don't solve this problem of being able to tell which nodes are communicating with which nodes, because you can just see, you know, somebody makes a contact request to me through Grove DB. Well, that's public for the whole world to see, right? I mean, maybe I didn't quite understand it. It may be that it's encrypted with my public key. So maybe we can't see from the outside who's making the contact request. We can just see that a contact request has been published. I'm not sure about that. That would be a good way to do it. But what you're going to see, there's going to be fingerprints. There's going to be tells. So, you know, again, all of this trustless nonsense is just trustless nonsense. Yes, we can make a few steps in a better direction, but there is no such thing as trustless, because, like I said much earlier, if you got to connect to the seed nodes, and I got to trust Dash.org to connect to the seed nodes, then why can I not trust insights.dash.org? And why cannot insights.dash.org run on the service nodes? So that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, okay, I'm going to hop off. Thanks for joining in. Just a reminder from me to you, thumbs up if you got them, or, you know, more importantly, you know, if you felt like this was useful, if you learned something, if it helped you fall asleep, whatever. Like, sub, follow if you want to, and join the Discord if you'd like. I am available for questions there. And then also, I saw that this link just dropped in the chat a few minutes ago, creedsofcraftsmanship.com. Check it out if you're interested in learning more about engineering and you know, why I make the decisions that I make. These proverbs things here, you know, basically all of these are things that I personally agree with very, very much. And then some of these other ones I agree with, and some of them I don't. So Rails doctrine I don't particularly agree with, but I think that it's good. Good to see the material. Anyway, I'm out. Thanks again, and adios. Wait, actually, hold on. I just feel like we need to do this. I don't know, for the heck of it. There, we did it. And now I'll say it again. Adios. Oh, wait. Ooh! No, we need to raid. We need a raid. I'm just going to throw us at somebody. Let's see. Who's up? Screamlark. Reading Rust book. What do you think? Screamlark or Leah T Codes? Code Wars, lead code problems, meh. Lead code contest, meh. Small man does bad game dev, but also there's powerlifting because of reasons. That sounds kind of funny. Let's go with Screamlark. Raid. Whoops. What? Why is my keyboard gone funkadunk? What? The letter L? What? Did I hit the wrong key? I must have not set my keys on the home row. There we go. Okay, where are we at here? Scream Lark. Boom. Rating. All right, adios.